What's up, everybody? So, let me know if you guys can see everything, because for some reason, I can't see. Oh, no, we're good. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you're at in the world. I hope everyone is safe. I hope y'all aren't losing your mind in quarantine. I know it's getting a little hectic for me. I feel cooped up, but, you just got to make sure you get out for those walks. I went on a run this morning. It was amazing. I feel so energetic and ready to go. I was getting a whole bunch of ideas as I was running for the stream today. I got an almond in each hand, so I couldn't be more prepared. Yeah, welcome, guys. I feel like I look pretty sickly this morning, but I guarantee you it's just the lighting here. It's a little gloomy here in Los Angeles, but I prefer this weather. It's peaceful. And speaking of peaceful, I am playing my ambient music, my ambient playlist for VFX and editing here in the Bone Phones. If you guys aren't a part of the Discord server already, what are you doing? The link is in the description. Just go to the Discord server, go to live stream news, and click that little Spotify link, and you'll listen along with me here. Yeah, we're chilling out today. You guys voted. Here, y'all voted on, let's see, between 4 images, right, between these 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we're going to recreate these images here, and y'all just had to choose the one with the cobwebs. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but we'll settle that last, all right? We'll figure that out last. We're going to recreate this image from scratch. We're going to model everything. We're going to texture everything. We're going to light everything. And it's going to look awesome. Now, the reason we're doing this, well, because it's Saturday, right? And we're supposed to be practicing and working on our craft here. But, when I do VFX, I'm constantly having to combine 3D assets with live action footage. And the goal is always photorealism. Always, always, always. And if it doesn't look photoreal, then, you kind of ruin the magic trick. So today we are practicing extreme detail photorealism. And this is actually inspired by one of you guys from the stream, actually, in tutorial suggestions. You brought up an image here, and I'm going to pull up this guy's Instagram. So, Rokeno, I think you won last week's contest. So Rokeno was like, hey, look at this. Look at these images. They're all just like super high detail close-ups. And we're going to recreate one of these. We're going to go in here. And you see, look at the detail in this. This is incredible. You got the surface imperfections. The lighting is incredible. The detail here in the tile. So this was a great inspiration for today's stream, and that's kind of what we're doing. So let's. I think it's time to hop in. I think it is time to hop in here. So yeah, I took an image just around the house, and just this one just happened to be the doorknob here, and you guys chose the one with the cobwebs. So like I said, we'll figure that out. But the reason I'm in Photoshop right now is because I am going to start by looking at this metadata. It was shot, specifically what I'm looking for is the focal length here, and I shot it on my Sony A7R2 with my G Master 24-70 lens here. And I just want to recreate this image as close as possible, and the metadata actually shows that I shot it at a 70mm focal length here. So we know that when we hop into, whether you're in Blender, Maya, 3ds Max, Cinema4D, whatever, we're going to, just make an image or make a camera with 70mm focal length. But if you guys want to follow along, this image is on the Discord server. So how's everybody doing? Is everyone doing all right? No, this is a photo, indeed. This is not CG. Is everyone good, though? Is everyone staying healthy and safe and ready to hop in and learn? Also, the weekly contest was robot, and I was blown away by all the amazing images that you guys posted. You guys really worked hard this week, and I'm very proud of everybody. It was really cool looking at all those images throughout the week. It was very inspiring. I unfortunately didn't have enough time to make a robot myself. I was working on some corridor stuff throughout the week because, you know, most of you guys know that is my day job. Yeah, we'll announce the winners at the end of this lesson, and then we'll also announce the new challenge at the end of the announcement for the winners. Yeah, you guys get it. I think we've done this a few times now. All right. Scared to practice something new, but excited. Awesome. I'm glad you're joining. Got to get out of that comfort zone. Got to you know, push yourself to do the things that you may be uncomfortable with, and that's how you're going to get better. So I'm glad you're here, Chris. I'm glad you're here. Bence is sick. I am so sorry. I hope it's not Corona, but hey, if it is, you know, one and done. You just get it over with, right? Stay safe, Bence. Eat some chicken noodle soup. But thank you for joining. I hope the ambient music aids you in your sick times here. Patrick is struggling with Maya and After Effects at the moment, but hang in there, man. It's going to be okay. I promise. A lot of familiar names in here. Spastic Mouse, welcome. Welcome, welcome. And Prabhanshu, welcome. I'm so glad that you love the challenges, man. It makes me very happy. And Liam, yes, the spider webs are going to be hard. You guys voted on this image, and it's going to suck. It's going to suck. We're going to have to figure out how to do this. I don't know how to do this at all. Actually, I have an idea. I just have an idea. What if we make a plane and we Google like spiderweb PNG or spiderweb alpha, and we load that alpha image onto a plane, and we just give it some cloth dynamics? I think that would work. I think that's going to work. Fishface Games, welcome. Another familiar face. Halox, welcome. All right, guys, I'm so excited for everybody. Everyone's in. And if you guys are listening to this music, the link is in live stream news. You just need a little Spotify account. And yeah, you can join me in the ambient music. If you're listening to the ambient music right now, just give me a little thumbs up. But okay, it's time to open Cinema4D. Oh no, my cereal's gonna expire in 11 days. I hope to get that fixed pretty soon. It's getting down to that time. Alrighty. Sweet. You guys are in. This is one of my favorite songs of all time. This is called Anchorage by Warmth. And it's like the most peaceful song in the whole world. So let's do this. Okay, so this is my default scene. I always start with a little dude, so I know how big things are. But let's see if we can't get... What's the best way to get this image in here? Let me open Pure Ref and drop this image in here. and drag this window over. Hopefully we can, let's see. So I'm new to this program actually. This program PureRef. It should be moving right now, but it's not for some reason. I just want the window resized to selection, but that doesn't do anything. Canvas, what is it? Optimize? Who knows? Maybe we don't use PureRef today. I'm still new to it. All right. So what I'll do instead is I'll just drop the image in the picture viewer here. Boom. And lots of megapixels. Oh, come on. How do I rotate the image? This is like freaking Chump Town right now, guys. This is so bad. Like, we're trying to start this thing, but how the hey do you rotate this smug? I've never had to do this before. This is embarrassing, guys. This is embarrassing. I don't know the answer. Is it up here? What does the stream say? Do you guys know how? All right, we're getting PureRef tips here. So you say you have to select the image and then resize to selection. There you go. But now it's not moving. It's not moving the canvas. I just want this image. I want to move this around a little bit. Why is it doing that? Alt R, left or right mouse. Keep stalling, I'm struggling too. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, we're in. So you got to select the image and then resize to selection. Control Shift R. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Tila. Appreciated. Okay. So that is looking like an extremely beveled cylinder. Now I'm just kind of roughly basing this off of, I don't know, what's a doorknob, like what, 3 inches, 3.5 inches. So the radius, you can actually, my default is in centimeters, but C4D is real cool because you can type 3.5 IN for inches and it'll convert it to centimeters. Blew my mind when I figured that one out. Now it's obviously way too thick, so probably something in this world here. And it's a real nice kind of easy curve around. This thing's super smooth. You know, it's a doorknob, right? So we can probably do this in a million different ways. And I'll leave the segments how they are for now. We can always come back in and subdivide this bad boy. But let's see, maybe give it some cap segments here. Or no, we'll do that later. Kind of flying by the seam of my pants here. My cam is in front of the image. Y'all rock. You guys rock so much. Control Shift R. There you go. That's going to do a thing. Is there a reason why I'm not using R21? Yeah, I mean, C4D, Maxon hooked me up with C4D, and I just didn't cash in last year. So I'll be cashing in for that R22, hopefully, pretty soon. Andreas says, let's go. Let's get a move on. So Thank you, Andreas, for the super chat. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. Glad you're here. Appreciate you, brother. Keeping me alive on a Saturday morning here. Okay, let's hit C and make this bad boy editable. I'm going to go to edge mode, hit UL on the keyboard. I'll select this edge. I'm going to hold shift and select that edge. MS to pull up the bevel tool. And you notice our cylinder ain't optimized right now, guys. It's just not. So easy way to fix that. I always ran into this problem. Control A to select all, hit U, and if you look at O, it'll say optimize. And I guess it just optimizes it and makes it work normal. It should come in like that. You shouldn't have to do that. But optimize was right down here. That's UO. So once again, UL for the loop selection, holding shift to get boop, both of those guys there. Hit MS for the bevel tool. You can also always right click and choose these tools from here, but you gotta learn your plugins. That's the way to get speedy with this thing. And that's not looking good. So what we'll do is we'll subdivide the poop out of this thing and kind of just come down. We'll go 5 centimeters. 5.5. That's looking pretty nice. That looks like a doorknob to me. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Yay. All right. Hey Lux, what is the reason for it coming in like that? I don't understand. What are you talking about? Hey Lux, what are you referring to? Oh, why is it not optimized? I have no idea. I truly have no idea. Let's throw this into a little turbo smooth here and see what we get. This edge, what's the best way to merge these points here? Now when it comes to the specifics of 3D modeling, I'm a little chunky, y'all. I'm a little chunky. So this is a weld, right? We're in a weld scenario. Just gonna get these points down here, and if we weld them, right, it should do what we want. It should combine these together. Weld. But no, that didn't work. Well, guys, what's the best way to do this here? If I want to combine these into one, like, would it just be, would I throw it under a connect? I know there's an easy way to just like tighten those things up. I just don't know what tool it is. I figured, you know, if we weld these two here, or maybe I'm just not using the weld tool correctly. Okay, but does that combine the points, Michael? Does that make 2 points into one? So I'm going to select all these, hit T, and scale it down till it's 0. See, but it looks like it's still 2 points. Merge, it should be weld there, close overlapping, optimize works, then optimize. Oh. Then we optimize. So I'm going to grab the rectangle tool, hit UO and optimize those, and that you're saying that should work? But I'm still getting those weird edges there. Or is that just the way the cookie crumbles here? Let's move my head over here. And just render this and see. Yeah, that looks, I mean, it looks smooth, right? So I think that's what we're going for. I'm going to move on, okay? Just because that looks smooth to me. So let's get back up in here. And I'm going to turn off the subdivision here. And I'm just going to like start moving these points around here. So it looks like we have, let's see, I'm going to hit KL to start making some cuts. So I'd say right in, you know what, before I start chopping things up, I'm going to line this image up with this image here. So I'm going to get the composition right first. Let's make a camera. By default, I already have one here in Octane. So you can just hit this button here, but if this button isn't here for you, you can go in your live viewer window, you can go to Objects, Octane Camera. You can also hit Shift-C and just type in Octane Camera is the first one. But again, since I already have one, I'm just going to use the one I have. We're going to click that and change the focal length to 70. And I'm also going to adjust my, ooh, you see that? Winners. Contest winners right there, guys. We'll announce those at the end of this, end of the lesson. Let's just save that there. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is set my width and height. So I know that my camera shoots at 2:3 aspect ratio, so I'm just going to go for right now 900. I'm sorry, I'm going to go 600 by 900. And I know that's 2:3. So I'm going to render to picture viewer. I'm going to hit the lock button, and that's going to actually lock the image, and I'm going to zoom out. And that gets me something very close here. Boom. So we're kind of looking up at this thing. And for the sake of knowing what angle we're at, I'm just going to throw a cylinder down, scale this guy down, hop out of my camera, rotate it 90. Or instead of doing all this, what am I doing? I'm going to hop back into the camera, select the cylinder, hold control, then make another cylinder. Now the cylinder is actually inside of this. And just so I know like where we're at in 3D space, I'll just put some sort of like central pipe running through the middle of this thing. Make sure you save your scene, y'all. Save your scene. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to go? Tutorials, episodes, episode 13, scene. Okay. So, Patrick, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, man. He says, which graphic tablet would you recommend? I am just a beginner. Michael, thanks for the chat here. Hey Clint, what graphics tablet would you recommend? I'm a beginner, so something that's cheaper than 300. Love your streams. Thank you for the super chat, Patrick. I use the Wacom Intuos Pro 4 right now. It's not that large. I don't know if you guys can see this here, but basically it's just, you know, this guy here. It's connected to my computer, so I can't get full view there. But yeah, I honestly don't know how much this thing is. It might be 400 something. You might be able to get Intuos Pro 3 for under 300. I'm not quite sure, but I love this one. It's the medium-sized one. It saves my wrist from ouchies and pain and boo-boos. So it's a good one. And Johnny Boz, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Let's get the lighting down a little bit. So I'm going to use Grayscale Gorilla's HDRI link. I'm going to launch the browser here, and it makes HDRI super easy. And it looks like from this image we're getting a kind of top-down ambient light here, and it's kind of being blocked by the houses on both sides. I know the area pretty well, obviously, because it's right outside my house. This would probably be, I don't know, maybe it's Road Trip. And if you guys need free HDRIs, there's HDRIhaven.com. Everything is free. They got 16K HDRIs. Definitely go over there and check things out because it is well worth your time. They also have a Patreon if you guys are trying to support them. I know they're super cool. And Jacob, I'm not running the RTX 2080 Super yet, but hopefully in time. I'm just waiting for the right price to drop. All right, maybe it's gonna be under Paradise, the Cloudy Park, perhaps. Or the Narrow Passage. I'm gonna just kind of rotate this around. Something like this. You know, we'll tweak the lighting in a moment, but we want to get something that feels right. I think it could be a little bit brighter. So I'm going to go to the camera imager in the Octane camera tag. I'll just crank. Actually, we'll pull the highlight compression down. We kind of have a green cast here. So I'm going to set this white point to the opposite color of green. So we'll go kind of like magenta purpley, and that gets us that greenish cast. And then I'll set the exposure to like 1.25. And that's fine for now. We're going to dial this in as we go. Liam, dude, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. You guys are on a roll today. He says he doesn't have a message, just trying to support a great creator. Keep doing you. Liam, I hope you're safe. I hope you're well. Thank you for that, man. Really appreciate you. This is great. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Very kind, y'all. All right. So it looks like the back of this. Let's just model the back of this. I'm going to hop out of camera view. We can actually lock this camera down. So I'm going to go to C4D tags by right-clicking my Octane camera. And I'm just going to throw a protection tag on there. So I can't move it. I can't do anything with my camera. Just in case. We'll hop out of there. We can get rid of our guy. Get rid of our floor. And we can even hide the camera by clicking this little top light right there. It's going to turn green and then it'll turn red. And that top light is for viewport. And if I click, actually here real quick, I'm going to go back into camera. This is like 2 tips at once here. So I'm back into camera view. And if I want to hop out of the camera view, but also keep the angle right here, I want to keep this angle while I work. So you can actually go to option and uncheck the check camera option. So when we go out of the camera, the render stays. And if we, move stuff around, it updates in the live viewer. So that's a great way to, keep moving quick and working fast. The other point I was trying to make was this light at the top hides things from the viewport. So we don't want that camera. We just want to work with this. But the bottom light hides it from the render. And because check camera is unchecked, that's not going to update. So you just got to trust, you guys. You got to trust. Okay, so I think the best way to do this is to do a little spline lathe object here. So I'm just going to come up here into the right view. And we're going to make, where's our center point? Down there. There's our center point. So I'm going to make, grab the pen tool, zoom in here to 0, 0, And briefly, I'm just gonna kind of sketch out the shape of this door handle, which in my mind kind of looks like this, minus the top part. Right, so I'm moving that. That doesn't work. Holding shift, and that's going to do the job. We'll just bring it right in there. And then I think this point, let's see. You can also turn on grid snapping. So let's do that real quick. I'm going to hold down this little magnet, enable snap. And then I'm going to do work plane snap. And does that work? It does not. Once more, we're going to go grid point snap. And now you should be snapping to those grid points. And you are off to the races. So we'll get this down here. We'll get this down here. And now you can select both of those points and kind of just move them up a little bit. And we'll get this guy right there. This point, we don't need to be, that could be a hard interpolation, right? So it's just 90-degree angles all day. Now, what's the best way to like cut this piece? Oh, come on. I'm going to turn off the snapping right now. And I'm just trying to get this right in the center. Is there a way to just delete this one handle and just have one handle going? Control-Shift-Z will undo camera moves for you guys. So I don't want it to be a hard interpolation because obviously we want that curve. But I just want it on like half of the thing, you know what I mean? So I'm just reading some questions here. Michael's saying, just wanted to send a quick explanation on how to activate vertex count in the HUD so you can see if optimize works. Yes, that is definitely something I would like to figure out. So I will check that message, certainly. And where did I learn to model? I actually learned to model from Chris and Ben Tate. They used 3ds Max, and that was a program I used for about 6 years. And Chris Tate and Ben Tate put out some of the best 3D modeling tutorials for 3ds Max, and it applies to, you know, every program basically. And yeah, that was a while ago. But I'm not, to be honest with you guys, I'm not that great at modeling, so I am doing my best. Ah, come on. Just try and get that on 0 as much as possible. And this will be hard interpolation. Boom, 90-degree angle. This should be good enough for us. We're going to come in here actually, and we're going to chamfer these points. We just want to smooth those out. See this little half piece here? Like this is what I want. But I want it up here. And I don't know how. I don't think the handle of the curve snaps to the grid. I'm not sure. And I'm so close now that Michael's saying you can just make it 0, 0, 0, but I'm not seeing any coordinate points for this thing. And I don't think this... Oh, it snaps. It snaps! Liam, you're the best. Thank you. Oh, see, I'm learning from you guys at the same time. It's so great. Okay, last thing. Let's take these points and kind of just these three. Let's slide them over. Okay, that feels about right. So I think what I need to do is take this whole shaboo, and I'm gonna actually move it all the way over to +Z, point center, include. Why isn't this working? There we go. I had it to be on object mode, so it got snapped over there. I'm going to hit R. I'm going to rotate this thing a full 180 and bring it over so that this bottom left point is at 0, 0. And 0, 0, if I make a null object, is right there. So I just want this thing. Let's take the axis and slide it all the way down to the bottom and all the way over. So if we set our position to 0, 0, then we know that this is sitting right in the corner there. So now I can delete the null, I can grab the spline, hold Alt, and throw it under a little lathe object here. And the lathe object is gonna look something like this. Perfect. Fantastic. We're gonna rotate this thing. Actually, let's use some tools, right? Let's use our tools. Let's take this lathe here, and I'm going to select the transfer tool here. You can hit Shift C and type transfer. You can also drag this, boom, up into there if you use it often, which I do. So I'm going to select lathe, hit transfer, and transfer it, boom, to my doorknob. And now it's right there on my doorknob. It's great. So I think this thing needs to be scaled up. And let's actually scale it from the top. So I'm going to select the axis center tool again. And it looks like this red line is pointing towards X. So we want to zero out everything except for X. And we want to go towards X. Execute. And for some reason it moved it up there. But that's okay because we're just going to do the transfer tool again. And now, boom. Let's hide the cylinder for a moment. And let's hop back into camera view and start moving this around. So again, we're going to reference the image now. And I'm just going to scale this thing up. So now we get a better sense of actually where our camera is in 3D space. I'm going to grab the lathe and we're going to take the subdivision from 24. Let's just go 100. So that's nice and smooth. And now if we, let's take off the protection tag from our camera. Let's right click it and give it a target. And the target will be our subdivision surface. So now, no matter where we move, it's going to be focused on the doorknob there. And I'm going to go check camera once again. And now we're kind of back in. And I'm just kind of eyeballing this here. I'm looking that there's an intersection about halfway up from the middle to the top. And you're seeing just a little bit of that. So it might be a little bigger actually, the lathe. Like right in there. And the bottom seems to be popping out just over, so it's coming out a little far. So we're going to kind of walk it back a little bit. And we can take the target off, and I'm going to move this up. Up. And we're going to maybe zoom in just a little bit. That seems about right. So you look at the bottom here. I definitely want the bottom of that, the bottom of this to line up. So I'm going to move it up a little bit more. It's very close. And then I'm looking at the bottom here. I want the bottom to also line up. And that feels pretty close to me. I'm just doing this by eye. Make sure you guys save your scene, please. How's everybody doing? Ooh, Andrei Librov. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that guy. CG Master, he has a pack for spiderwebs, which looks ultra realistic. He uses spline dynamics mostly. Awesome, good to know. I will definitely check that out. DA, I can't call you Die, unless that's your name, then I'll call you Die. And I feel like I've asked that a couple times. Yeah, someone actually posted like mastering Cinema4D modeling under inspiration, I think. Or it was another channel on the Discord. I'm talking about the Discord server here. I think it was Deeran, one of the mods. If Dean, if you're still here, was that you? Caves RD, welcome. Wish I could join more of your streams, but they're always at 3 a.m. All good, dude. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you very much. Wow, 3 a.m. That's a trooper, man. Okay, so let's get the depth of field down, right? Because that's always fun. So I'm gonna select the Octane camera tag, and let's just start kind of moving this down here. And okay, DA, your name's Andrew. Good to know. Good to know. So as you can see, we have this keyhole. That is what's in focus. So maybe we can work this closer as we get closer to our actual image, once we get some more geometry in here. But I'm just going to grab this little focus tab here in Octane. I'm not going to click the cylinder. I'm going to click, boom, right behind it. Uncheck the focus tab there. And I'm going to crank this until the edge of this right here is crisp. So that feels about right. Right about f-stop of 6.8. Feels good to me. Beautiful. Beautiful. So we're lined up. We've just done some very, very basic modeling. Let's continue and just finish out the model for the doorknob here. So I'm actually going to lock our camera again. So I'm going to right click the camera, Cinema4D tags, come down and give it a protection tag so we can't go anywhere. I'm going to make sure check camera is unchecked, and then I'm going to hop out of my Octane camera. This might look like a little wonky, but we'll get closer. It all matters just what it looks like from the camera angle. It doesn't matter if it looks a little weird from over here, but hey, maybe that's what the doorknob looks like. Who knows? I'm going to turn off the subdivision surface, and let's just come in here and start moving some polygons around. I'm going to get rid of our cylinder. And let's start making some slices, some edge loops. Okay. So you can see this outer ring, right? This outer ring is coming just to the edge right there on the outside of this doorknob. So I'm going to find maybe this one. Is this the one? What if I pull this forward? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to hit KL. I'm just going to make 3 arbitrary cuts where I think this little lip is, and I'm going to hit UL and select that point, and I am going to scale it. I'm going to hit T. I'm going to scale it. Let's see, we don't want it. That actually works. Okay. That's a little far back. So maybe what we do is we go right in between these points here. So I'm going to hit KL. If you hold shift, it'll go right to 50%. Boom. I'm going to hit UL, select that loop, hit T for scale, and wait, why does it look weird? Did I do something? Oh, I did. Yeah. Okay, I didn't undo far enough. Whew. Close one, guys. KL, select that point, and select that point. Hit UL, boom. Hit T for scale. And we're going to scale this up and see where this thing chops. That's pretty close. I'm just kind of eyeballing this, as you guys can see. Boom, boom, boom. So I'm going to hit UL again, select that loop, and I'm going to hit T, and we're going to scale. Let's see, what happens if we start to uncheck some of these? If I uncheck the X, it will only scale up and down. But I kind of want it to come forward a little bit. And you see how extreme that is, right? But actually, oh yeah, we don't have our... There you go. You can kind of see this working. But I'm going to scale it down a little bit more. And I'm going to select... Let's see. What happens if I just kind of get rid... Well, there's a way. There's dissolve. Dissolve, I think, is one of the options. Where are you? Dissolve. There you are. MN. Dissolve. MN. Dissolve. Oh, if you guys are listening to the Spotify playlist, this is one of my favorites. So peaceful. And Clayton Potter, thank you, my friend, for the super chat. He's a Blender guy, but interested in switching to C4D. Is there any pro tips or cons? Any pros or cons you can think of? Also, love the content. Thank you so much. Pros and cons between Blender and C4D. You know, to be honest, man, I couldn't tell you. I'm not the guy for that because I've never really used Blender, so I can't tell you what I like between the two. But I can tell you what I love about Cinema4D. It makes dynamics really easy. You can simulate gravity and things bumping into each other so simply. The MoGraph tools are the best. The effectors are incredible. Cinema4D is really fun. It's like a playground. I love being in the program. I'm in the program in my spare time, you know, as you guys can see. And I just love to be in it. I also like the UI, the design. It's very user-friendly. And it has a really great community built around the program. I couldn't be happier using this program. So that, I mean, those are some things I can say about C4D. Blender, hey, it's free. You know, you can't really beat free. And I know you can make incredible stuff with it. If you check out Ian Hubert or Blender Guru or even Peter France, like those guys are just the best. They make some incredible art with Blender. You can download the image in Discord, the image I'm working with. You can download it in the live stream news channel if you guys are trying to follow along. But Clayton, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Let us continue. So I'm just trying to find the right balance here, you know, of these points. See, that's close, but I feel like they need to be spread out a little bit more. So I'm constantly switching back between the subdivided version and the actual low poly version, so I can see what's going on. This is feeling closer. It's coming right up to the edge. It could be, I think, scaled in a little bit more. So you can actually hit UL right here to grab that, and if you hit UY, it's going to grow the selection, but it's not doing it exactly how I want. So maybe if we go, just for the sake of learning here, that's what we're all here to do, ring selection, UB. You can deselect those little points right there to get you those 5 rings. You could also hit UL. That'd be the faster way. And we're going to scale these down. Kind of bring them out a little bit. Let's throw the subdivide on. That looks about right. So let's go a step further and let's get the keyhole. Let's get this keyhole. So I'm going to hit KL again, make a loop selection. Let's try here, and actually, we'll just roll with it. Let's roll with it. So we can select all those points. I'm going to hit MT to extrude inner, or that's actually that's just straight up extrude. I'll extrude it back a ways. MW is what I was looking for, extrude inner. Right, as you can see, that brings it in a little bit. Okay, and hey, if you guys get this weird like clipping issue where it's cutting off the image right here, I believe if you hit Control D and up here in your project settings, if you go to right down here, you have view clipping set to medium. If I set that to tiny, it should fix that. Same for things, if things are too big, you can set it to huge, but small we'll do it for now. Yeah. Let's keep moving on, yeah? So we're going to extrude this out. MT. This comes out. You can see this keyhole comes out a little bit further than the actual sphere there. But if you notice, see how this comes up and then dips in like that? Technically, this keyhole is probably in line with this outer gold ring. So in that case, let's push these points back even further. We'll extrude inner, that's MW for extrude inner. You can also right click, go to extrude inner, scale this down, and we can always adjust this stuff a little later. MT once again, and we're going to just bring it out so it's right in line with that outer ring, which is, I believe, right here. So we're just going to extrude that to right there, roughly. Now we know we need, let's see, we know we need these points. I'm going to hit UL to come down to about this point right there. What happens if we turn on the... That's funny. Okay. So we need to define this edge a bit more. Yeah. So to do that, you just need to give it a couple more edge loops. So I'm going to hit UL. KL. And I'm just going to go and put one right here. Let's see what that does. You see how it defines it a little bit more? But in this case, it might be a little harsh. I'm going to throw a material on this so we can see what it's looking like. So I'm going to go up here and just grab a glossy material. I know it's behind my head right now, but we'll throw that on there. And we'll control drag it onto the lathe as well because it's all part of the same material. Make sure you guys save. Please save your scene. Uh-oh. And that's why you save. That's why you save. Opening Cinema. Man, just so pro. Just so pro. Knowing that the program's going to crash. And you save seconds before you feel it, you know? That's why you save often, guys. Because let's face it, crashes happen. Crashes happen. Let's render. Let's hop into our camera. Make sure it's locked. Zoom down to 0.5 and we'll just line it right up there. What's up, Melanie? I'm great. I'm enjoying the process here. I love doing this. This is a good time. Are you drawing today? You got your pen and paper, your pencil and paper. Press Q to toggle subdivision surface. Yo! It has to be selected though. Dude. That's the pro tips. The pro tips are real. Learning so much. I love it. I love it. If I did a push-up every time my software crashed, I'd have an 8-pack. Patrick, I agree with you. I agree. Okay. Obviously this. Oh yeah, I'm gonna use Q. Yes, you guys rock. I'm just gonna make some subdivision cuts around here. Notice, you guys, check this out. Look. I gotta stop doing that. I gotta hit Q. So if you look at the render right here, you can see how soft that cylinder is when we turn it off. See how it's, it's a hard edge. This right here has a soft edge, but not as soft as we're looking at right here. So the way to fix that is basically just to give it some geometry. So I'm going to make one there, and I'll make one there. And let's see what that does when we turn. See that right there? You can still tell it's soft. It's still catching the light, but it looks really nice. And you can move those points or move those selections around a little bit. So if I select that one and scale it down just a little bit, and I select this one and I just kind of move it back a little bit, then you'll make it a little softer right here. It looks so nice. So, okay, let's just set up the material real quick. It is kind of a real desaturated olive, but I'm just going to actually select the color here. I'm not going to select the shadow. I'm not going to select the highlight, but something right in between, right in there. That's certainly a grayish, and I know it's kind of green. I think it's kind of green. I know I'm colorblind, but I want to believe, guys. I want to believe. So I'm going to go over to green here. Hit OK. And we'll really have to get the color right. We will really have to get this color right. So it's glossy, but it's very rough. So I'm going to crank the roughness. Let's try 0.25. And yeah, it definitely looks green in my render. This kind of has a bluish. The sky is certainly hitting it with some blue. I'm going to go back to our Octane camera tag, go to the camera imager, and I'm actually going to undo this white point. I'm going to set it to just white. And nothing's happening because we have to make sure check camera is on. We'll hop back into our camera. and we'll uncheck, hop back out. Maybe we sample a different part of the image. That's, wow. One thing that I think works, if I open this image in Photoshop, okay, and I just come up here, filter, blur, Gaussian blur, sure, okay, we'll just crank it. 173, all right, looks gross. But what I'm searching for is an average color. So maybe if I grab that color, that's like the true average color. I don't know, I'm just guessing. But that's a tip that or a little trick that I use sometimes. It still looks very gray. So we can shift it back to a greenish. That's getting closer. We'll leave it at that for now. We'll adjust the roughness 0.15. Oh, the door is turquoise with 190. Oh, yes, we also need a door, obviously. Let's throw a door in real quick. This can literally just be a plane. And it will be. Rotate 90. Move this back just a little bit. I'm going to actually move this up. Right there. And then I'm going to make another. This one will be a matte diffuse. I'll drop that on there. And I'm just going to sample the door. Wow. It's probably the HDRI. You know, man, why is that so off? Oh, is it because it didn't sample? God, why does it look so gray? I have no idea. I'm gonna grab an area light. It's weird. It's like I'm sampling these colors, you know. Just gonna go 90. Put this thing up here. And let's bring the power all the way down and then just start working it up. Let's try 10. And let's bring it boom out in front here, and I'm gonna scale this up. And it's too glossy. So let's take the roughness to 0.25. Maybe even more. 0.35. And this is just going to be a lot of back and forth playing around to see what works. And yeah, my keyhole definitely smaller. You know, we're going back and forth here. We're gonna get that right, certainly. Now the best way to do this would be to get like a Theta 360 camera or something. That's what they're called, right? The Theta. and actually get like a 360-degree HDRI image. Ooh, that's feeling a little closer, but what happened to my background? Why is the background not green? Huh. So yeah, it probably definitely has to do with color correction. I do know that this we're in linear here, which is kind of a flattish kind of tone. So let's just kind of scrub through, and it's not going to work if you don't have check camera on. So I'm just going to kind of scrub through some of these response settings here. And I think at the end of the day, we're going to have to really color correct this thing. That's not bad. That's not bad. And let's just bring the highlight compression up to 1. And yeah, my HDRI is definitely screwing with my colors. So we can use a trick that we did last week. And hold control. I'm going to make a sphere here. Let's scale this thing down. And let's throw a glossy material on it. And we're just going to set the index to 1, so it's chrome. And yeah, you can definitely tell here. I'm going to hide our plane. And you can see the difference between our HDRI image and our actual image. It's very different. So I'm going to set the exposure back to 1. I'm going to set the response back to linear, and 2.2 is fine. I'm going to hide our Octane light for now. And it's a cloudy day out when I took this image. So let's select something that matches. Maybe something like that. May not be bad. There's definitely some blue in the sky, but here we go. Something like this. I know that the wall across from this thing was kind of green. So it's tough to recreate the lighting here because really, again, the best way to do this is with an HDRI custom one. But we're not giving up. We're not giving up. And we're at 208 concurrent viewers right now. That is an all-time high. Thank you, everybody, for joining and sticking in. Thanks for working on your stuff or working on this with me. I just hope it's a chill day for everybody and everyone's home and safe and happy right now. So, yeah. All right. So this image I feel like is closer. So let's hide that. And let's turn our light back on. And we'll grab our plane back again. And I'm going to adjust the colors of our plane. I know these doors are greenish. This feels close. This is tough for a colorblind guy, but we're getting through. something like that. And you can see the shadow here. The shadow is causing, you can actually see the line. So let's uncheck check camera. Let's hop out of our camera and let's actually see if we can't get this light to scale down a little bit and move in a little closer. And it's set to a white light, but since we're outside, it's probably 5600. No, maybe 6K. Man, this is tough, guys. Ooh, if you guys are on that Spotify playlist, this is another really good song. Let's take the door handle or the doorknob and let's try and go a little bit more blue on it, a little brighter. And the surface imperfections is my favorite part. So once we get this, we hop in for surface imperfections, it's gonna be a hoot. So one thing I know is that we have bounce light over here, and it's like a brighter green. So I'll throw one of those on there, and let's just kind of like get this to a more saturated, brighter green. And it's like a almost yellow green, something like that. That might be a little intense, so we'll bring down the saturation. And it's very subtle, but we are getting bounce light from this. If we go into camera view and we check that camera, let's store a render buffer here. Let's turn off that plane that we just made and look at the difference here. Look at this huge difference we're getting. And that's from the bounce light from the other house just across from this little storage shed doorknob. And you would kind of get that with an HDRI. But that's pretty green, huh? Let's keep working the saturation back. How's everybody doing? We're at 219, an all-time high. This is great. Fantastic. We got the super chats going. We got 219 people in here. Yeah, this is great. Of course, I got the classic GT's Ginger Ale Kombucha. CGM Studios, we ain't done modeling, son. All right? Critiquing the model here. You think this is finished? Nah, let's hop back in. So, let's check that camera. Let's hop out of the camera. Let's get in. Let's get in here. And let's fix this model, right? Because we ain't done. We ain't done, son. Okay. So I like the ring around here. It's feeling good to me. I'm actually gonna select this point and just scale it down a little. Bring it out so you still have that rounded edge. Yep, that feels good to me. And I want this ring to be a little bit softer. So for that, I'm basically just going to pull these two rings apart. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that's not bad. That is not half bad. And then let's round this. So I'm gonna hit KL, hold shift, and you'll snap to these points. We can go 50, and I'm just gonna hit UL, select that, and move it up. Same for this one, I'll move it up. So it kind of bows in, right? Right here it kind of bows in. And let's scale up our the keyhole. So we're gonna hit UL. We're gonna ring select all these. We're even gonna get these guys in there. That guy there. And I'm gonna hit T, and we're gonna scale this up, okay? But we kind of want, that doesn't look half bad. Let's keep going. Okay, so we want these rings right here and here. We want them to move along with these edges here as we scale them up. So you could do that really easily actually by enabling the soft selection. Boom, enable, and right now it's way too big. The whole thing turned yellow. But if you take the radius down to, say, 1 centimeter, you can see this yellow fall off. And it's going to move the point. See how it's kind of moving this here? That's exactly what we want. So if we set the radius to 2, that'll give us a nice effect there. And you can actually set the way it does this to, right now it's set to linear, but you can do dome. And that'll kind of act like a dome structure. You can do a bell structure. Let's try bell. I'm going to set the radius to 1.5, and I will set the strength. Strength is great. Strength is fantastic. Let's hit Q. We'll just hit Q real quick, because I totally knew that one, right? I knew that. And we're going to scale this up. And we want this thing to actually pop out more. So I'm going to select UL, boom, boom, boom. We don't need soft selection anymore. Make sure you uncheck that. Hit Q, and I'm looking, see how much this comes out compared to this? Let's just bring it out. Oh, weird, it's doing a thing. Is there a ring in here? What's going on? What? That's super weird. I'm gonna hold Control and switch over to point mode, and I'll grab all the points. And then I'm just gonna select, boom, that point there, and that should do the trick. I'm gonna hit Q again, and that is pretty darn close. That's pretty darn close. Christian, dude, once again with the booch. Appreciate you, man. Always hooking me up with the booch. Every Saturday, every stream. You keeping me healthy, keeping my stomach in check. I thank you very much, sir, for the kombucha. That's awesome, man. That's great. Thank you, thank you. And thanks for answering questions here, guys, in the chat. I know a lot of you guys have questions that I can't see all the time. But you guys are doing a really good job of answering these questions in the chat. So thank you so much. Vinge, how did you get here? How the heck did you get here, man? Well, I'm glad you got here. Welcome. We're making this look like this. We're making this look like this. And we're doing our best. It's going to look awesome. We're about halfway through. I think we can still adjust a couple things. Let's hit L and scale this mug up just a little bit. Just a little bit. That feels a little bit better to me. Now, it looks like this is a little bit flatter. This looks a bit flatter than this. So I'm actually going to use that soft selection again. I'm just going to grab all these points in the front here. Okay? All these points in the front, okay? And I'm going to hit the move tool, okay? Make sure you got your move tool selected right there. Enable soft selection, okay? And if we need to scale these things. We need to kind of flatten these bad boys out. Just like so. But I think that's too much. Just a little bit. Just a scotch. I love that word, scotch. Because it's just a little tiny bit. That feels better. Wonderful. Okay. Back in. What else? Okay, we got to get the keyhole right, guys. We got to get this keyhole right. Back into camera view. Doing a little camera adjustment. I'm going to take off that tag. And I'm just going to rotate this up a little bit. And bring the whole thing down a little bit. And then scale the lathe down from the negative X. Ah! Jeez, why is it doing that? We'll just do it the manual way here. Sweet. Now the doorknob is looking green because we got that bounce light. We'll be tweaking these colors for days. But I can't wait to get into texturing, guys. It's my favorite. Telgic, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. The dancing pear is very nice. It's thoughtful. Thank you so much. The hole in the spider web. It's time, guys. It's time. It's keyhole time. It is keyhole time. All right, guys. Let's do this thing. Okay. Let's make sure... Check cameras unchecked. We're hopping out the camera. Let's make sure we got that protection tag on there. All right. Let's get up and on in here. Up on in here. What the heck? What happened? It like turned into a woodwick candle. Oh. Yay. I think it's because we need to get I think we scaled some stuff up. We just want to scale that as well. I'm going to turn off that. So let's just hop into side view. I'm hitting S to snap the viewport to my selection. And oh, we just need to throw some slices down here. So I'm going to come back in here, hit KL, and this is some surgery work, but we're going to get up on in here. Boom, 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 and boom. So that's going to be nice and sharp. And we also want this edge here to be pretty dang sharp. And while we're at it, let's actually scale up. Let's make this gap larger. So we're going to select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And let's enable soft selection so it moves a little bit. I'm going to hit T, and I'm going to scale. Not, you know what? No soft selection this time. Boom. We scale that up, and we can see the gap has increased. Cool. I'm going to grab this point, scale that up a little bit as well. Yep, and you can go to town on this. RE, spamming the chat, dude. Not cool. But RE says he wishes 3ds Max wasn't so expensive. Used to make robots and blasters back in high school. Yeah, 3ds Max is very expensive. You should check out Blender. Okay, let's get this keyhole down. This might ruin everything. This might ruin everything, guys. This might be where the tutorial falls apart, but I got a couple tricks up my sleeve. Okay. It's looking like, let's go into Photoshop. So we're looking at something like, let's see here. Let's just sketch this out. It looks like it comes down, over, in a little bit further, and down, right? Like that on that side, and then this side you have it coming down to about there. And it does a little scoot, little scotch. Down and in, down and out. So that is the shape we need to build right here. Okay. So let's go into Cinema, and referencing that shape, let's zoom out. Let's make a cube, okay? Scale this thing down. We'll bring it up here, scale it down. Something like this, okay? And if you go to the object mode right here, Boom. We'll just bring that down roughly to the size that it needs to be. The thickness is fine because we're going to have to actually push the geometry back. We're going to cut a hole with a little Boolean object here. So let's go into front view. Nope, this is going to be a right view. Right in here, let's turn off the grid. So I go to filter, grid, and it's gone. I'll also turn off this plane so we can see exactly what we're doing. And if we want to reference that little image we made in Photoshop, we can just kind of do one of these guys. Okay. And I'm going to hit C, make my cube editable. I'm going to hit KL, and let's just get this about as tall as this image here. Okay. KL gets you your little edge loop tool here. We're going to go to edge, and we'll just start making some cuts and cuts and cuts. I'm just going down and slicing. And we got probably one down the middle-ish. One. Oh, what's the best way to do this? This is ridiculous. What am I doing, guys? Come on. Let's delete that. Let's go with the pen tool. Let's get our grid back. Let's do this right. Edge, we're going to turn on the snappy snaps. And we're going to go do a thing here. Boom, boom. Boom. And we can come back and adjust the exact distances between all this. But for now, we'll do this, yeah? Okay, so I know that this is going to work. I'm going to turn off the edge snaps. That's actually one more time. Turn on the edge snaps, and just so we can get this lined up. Okay, now we turn off edge snaps, and then we just, start adjusting this to match our image. Something like this. Just make sure when you're moving everything, everything's kind of moving together. That's about it. So with this, we will just extrude it, right? So I'm going to hold, with the spline selected, I'm going to hold Alt, go over to the little NURB subdivision box here and just hit extrude. It's going to go off the wrong direction. And I believe it's X. All right, so we're going to use that to push back, to cut out from this little cylinder here. So with extrude selected, you can see our gizmo is way down there. Let's make this editable by hitting C. I'm going to just select all that and connect objects plus delete. So we just have one object. I'm going to hit save. And you know what? Before I do that, I'm just going to try the Boolean first because I made some extra geometry. But let's get this gizmo back into the center of this bad boy. So I'm going to use the object axis tool once, or the axis center tool again. And we'll do point center. including children. Use all objects. Center, execute, and boom, it snaps right to center. And then let's take this and let's use the transfer tool again, and we'll, boom, get it right there so we know it's centered up. And we'll come into here. We're going to scale this thing down. Whoa, it did some weird stuff. Okay, the transfer did some weird stuff. So maybe we just do it manually. It's not that difficult. It's right here. I could have just walked. All right. So we keep scaling it down, bringing it out, and we're just lining this up, okay? So it's about like that is what I'm seeing. Actually, if you look here, this bottom piece right here, it kind of just comes up to like right there. So take note of that when we are in our side view. And I will center the center. Boom, right there. So we know it's centered. And it's basically something like that, so we can scale it from, boom, right there. And here's a good question. Yeah, this centerpiece, I believe, is in the center of this whole thing. So with that in mind, we can move this so that this is right in between. And that, my friends, is looking good so far. Okay, now the moment of truth here is with this Boolean object. So I'm going to grab the spline and make a little adjustment so it doesn't cut into the actual doorknob. We just want the keyhole. So I'm going to select these points down here and move them up right there. So it's just confined to the keyhole itself, as you guys... Oh, come down a little bit more. Yeah, that's looking good. Cool. All right. So remember, with Booleans, right, you're using one object cut into another. It's always A minus B. All right, it's always A minus B. That's how you get your hierarchy correct. That was a Grayscale Gorilla tip. Learned that one from the man himself. I forget his name. He's the main dude, the main guy. It's not Chris, but I learned it from the main dude, from Grayscale himself. All right. So, like I said, we have our subdivision surface, but really, okay, it's the cylinder. It's this basic geometry. Okay, we're going to take this basic geometry, the cylinder. Let's pull it out of the subdivision surface for now. Okay. I'm going to hold Alt on the cylinder, and I'm going to grab the bool object. It puts it in there. When you hold Alt, it makes the object you have selected an automatic child of the thing you're selecting. So that's our A, okay? And then if we bring the extrude in, that will be our B. And oh, it worked. It worked wonderfully. It worked wonderfully. Now, hopefully, if everything works nice and great, we just drop that into the subdivision surface. And it's not because it's not on. Let's see if checking some of these boxes gets rid of the keyhole thingy. Maybe we have to put the bool into a connect object to make things work. Hit. Gross. Oh, the bool's not on. That's why. Oh, gross. Look at that. Okay. What's the best way to do this? What's the best way to do this? Okay, so we need to make some cuts along the edge of all of this here. The answer might lie in making it another object. It might lie in making another object, but you know, I think I'm going to make it another object. Yes, I think I'm going to make it another object just to keep things simple. So let's hold on the bool for a second, okay? Let's just adjust our original geometry. So this is cylinder. This is our original geometry, the cylinder. Let's turn on this. Let's hide the extrude for a second, okay? And let's just push this keyhole back. And we're going to make our own cylinder for that. It's going to be a lot easier. $277, guys. We are maxing out right now. Heck yeah. Y'all are great. Thanks for sticking in. Again, if you guys are want to follow along, the Discord server has the image I'm using. There's also 3 others if you guys want to use some of those other ones. Also, in I believe it is the live stream news channel. I dropped a little link to the music I'm listening to right now if you guys want to listen to the same jams. Okay, so let's push this back. I wonder if I can just start. If I'm gonna hit UY to get all the way back there, and if I hit MN, does that work? Like this, the geometry is not the best, but you're not gonna see that. So what I'll do is select the cylinder, hold Control, and I'm gonna make another cylinder. And by holding Control, it automatically orients and positions the newly created object perfectly in line with the object you had selected. So here we go, right? With a little bit of this, I'm going to do our own new cylinder. This is our keyhole. All right, I'm going to try and let's get this out. We want A minus B. Boom. Okay, great. I'm going to apply the same material. And make sure y'all save, please. Micah, good question. He's asking what my PC specs are. Recently upgraded my RAM. Ripjaw DDR3, I believe. 64 gigs of RAM. I have I believe an Asus GTX 1070. And what else? Like an i7 something. All that stuff, the details of my exact specs are in the Discord server as well under FAQs. But yeah, just a 1070. I'm just rocking a 1070. Okay, so now we have this keyhole here. Let me check camera. Okay, and we want this to be smooth, right? Last time we tried to smooth this out with a little, and it just turned into a crumpled pumpkin. We don't want that, okay? So I think the best way to do this, let's take the cylinder, let's turn the rotational segments up to like, let's try 48. I just don't want to see any edges. We can try 64. Cool. Now, if we drop, let's take the bool, let's put it in a null object, okay? I'm just going to group that, throw it in the null, okay? And then if I hold shift, now this is the opposite of alt. If you hold shift and grab like a bevel, it's going to make the object you had selected a parent instead of a child. Now it looks all crazy and not good. So the first thing I'm going to do is bring down the offset. I'm just going to say 0.1 centimeters, and you can see how it's looking real gross, okay? Let's take the 0.1, let's make it 0.05. And you can see if I hit NB, or actually we are in wireframe mode, you can see it just looks gross. We're beveling everything. We don't need to bevel everything. We just need to bevel a certain bit of this here cylinder. So you can do that by just checking the use angle. And that is going to bevel things based off of the angle you input. So if I max this out, it's not going to do anything because we don't have any angles this intense. But as you start to work this down, you can see how it starts to bevel stuff. And it is still, honestly, looking pretty gross. And I wonder if we turn up or down the amount, that actually helps. And the Phong is all off, so I'm gonna throw, let's see, a Phong. Oh, I think it's because we need to apply the material to the entire null. And let's take the bevel and give it like 5 subdivisions. And you can see how that smooths everything out, but we can see our cylinder is looking a little chunky. So let's see how high we can bring this number up before things break. See, this is looking really nice. Look at that. We have nice edges down here. But let's take the cylinder and let's take it from 24. Let's try 48. And we can start to see it breaks right here. So what if... Oh, I have an idea. We could use a smooth. Oh, this angle is already busted anyway. Okay, let me take the extrude. I'm just going to move it down a little and see if that fixes things. It's a little bust right there. Move it over to the left. That kind of fixes things. Minus that little bit right there. Like that booleans are kind of janky. But you can see, again, this is not smooth. But if I hold shift and drop a smoothing modifier in there, I wonder, take the strength down to 0. We just want to smooth things out, and it's definitely not working. Stiffness set to 99. Yeah, so that's not working. Let's get rid of that. Let's see just how high we can come up on this. Let's try 36. It's still janky. Edge loops on front and back of cylinder. That kind of makes it worse. This is tough. This is why I'd rather be modeling in Fusion 360. All right. There's a couple different ways to do this, but we're so far down this route. I feel like we're so close. We can probably get away. Yeah, that's so hard to tell that it's not perfectly smooth. But here's what I want to do. I'm going to basically just say this edge here is being beveled by our bevel, of course. I just want, well, actually, what happens if we just throw all of this into a turbo smooth? It looks good minus this one little piece. So maybe we bring down I'm looking right here and right up here. It's very subtle. Goodness. This is like surgery. Interesting. Use Octane around the corners. Let's try it. So I believe, yep. Let's go to our node viewer here, scroll down and find round edges. And where's round edges plugged into? I don't know where to plug in round edges to. I rarely use this. And honestly, we still have this little sphere to cut out too. Man, this is heavy duty here. Let's grab the cylinder. Control click sphere. And this will be that little sphere right down in there. So, man, this is deep. Normal or bump, y'all are saying? Oh, round edges should be checked. Create round edges. It just wasn't there. Okay. Oh, that's cool. But it's still janky. Fast, accurate. Yeah. Sweet, that's awesome. I gotta use that more. All right, let's get this bool going. So this is like a super bool right now. There's a bool within a bool. Okay, we got this bool, and we're gonna throw that in a bool, and we're gonna put the sphere A minus B, and it's getting us this look right here. Let's make sure we are grabbing the right texture. And let's just make sure our round edges isn't too intense. That's pretty freaking close. That is pretty darn close. And round edges, consider others. Please be considerate here. Why is it not working? It's not working on the sphere. That's pretty sweet though. That looks awesome. So if we take the bool, I always do create single object and hide new edges. But boy, does that look janky. Let's see if rotating the sphere does anything for us. Full 90. Not really. Doesn't really. All right, so why is this bool, or why are the round edges not working on the bool? Should be working, yeah? Do I have to crank the samples or what? But that is pretty darn close. Right there. And then I'm going to push all of this back. Delete. Okay, delete the one vertex point in the middle of the cylinder. That's what's causing the triangle clipping. Use another kind of sphere maybe. Okay. So let's hop out of the camera here. Let's zoom in. All right. Let's just try standard. Let's try tetra. Nope. Hexa. Nope. I'm trying all these. Oh wait, did octa? Wait, oh, wrong sphere. Try again. Okay. Tetra's different issues. Hex actually looks kind of cleaner. Octa looks a little janky too. They all got their jank. And I think you're right. It's probably gonna be fine once we don't texture this thing. But God, does it bug me? And let's try the Fong angle. Yeah. I mean, I think that looks pretty nice. It'll be fine from a ways away, yeah? And let's just take that round edges and go like 0.2 or something. Cool. Let's bring our planes back in. And we're basically on to texturing at this point. We'll grab the spider web last, but let's texture this thing because I'm ready to texture you guys. Bull is so broken. Yeah, it kind of is. Okay. We'll come back for like the actual detail on the lighting a little later, but I do actually want to get the dust in here, and then I want to get the cobwebs. But in the meantime, let's check that camera, hop out of camera view, and start texturing this thing. I'm going to hit NA. Let's try NC. That'll kind of give us a little better view of this thing. It's a little easier to see. ND, that's fine. Okay, so we definitely want some scratches, some metal scratches. So I think the first thing I'm gonna do, yeah, Quixel Megascans is the best for this kind of stuff. So let's start with the keyhole. And let's actually push the keyhole back a little bit. But let's start texturing this keyhole here. It looks a little bit more on the blue side, or like a darker, kind of like a darker metal here. So, and it's scratched to heck. So let's actually uncheck camera so we can see what we're doing. We got our angle and everything. Okay, so I'm just gonna bring up this live viewer a bit more. Make sure you guys save your scene. And all right, so let's start renaming these textures. And I know you guys can't see them because my face is down here, but I'm just going to rename. We got keyhole. We have, this is just bounce light. And then this is doorknob. And this is our chrome ball. We'll just call this chrome, which we're going to use for the underlying scratched material. Okay. So let's make a mixed material right now. So I'm going to go to materials, mix material, and if I bring this down, you can see material 1 and 2. I'm going to drag the chrome into material. I'm going to, with that selected, grab the chrome in material 1 and the keyhole into material 2, and make sure you apply the mix material to the keyhole. And let's just start renaming things. We got keyhole. We have, for some reason, I'm gonna call that handle. That's the back part, and then I'm gonna call this doorknob. And then we have our scene. So I'm gonna drop the plane and our lights into the scene, so we can just collapse that. And from the back moving forward, we have the keyhole, the doorknob, or no, keyhole's on top, handles in the back, and doorknob right in the middle there. Okay, so I'm going to hop into the Octane mix material, hop into the node editor here. I'm just going to drop that there so I can actually work with it. Make sure you save once again. And if you right click Octane mix material, you can hit auto arrange selected, and that'll clean things up a bit. So I'm going to give it some space. And I'm going to work with, let's work with the chrome real quick. I'm just going to drop like a very easy fingerprint texture on there. So the float texture, let's just bring down to, let's bring up to 1. So we're looking at, it's set to 0.5 by default when you're working with a mixed material. And it's blending between material 1 and 2, our chrome and our you know, gray kind of texture. But if I set it to 1, it'll do entirely, I believe, material 1. If I set it to 0, it'll go all the way to material 2. So let's just set it to 1 right now. And we're just going to do a little bit of fingerprint action on this thing. My favorite is the Cornelius Domrich surface imperfections. So I believe if we go to, what do we want? I have textures right here. Textures, Cornelius. All right, and this fingerprint touched is like the best thing ever. It's 8K. I'm just gonna drag it out. And this is going to go right into roughness. And you should see the image update. So it's way too rough and it's way too small. So first I'm going to fix the wrapping, the UV projection here. So I'm going to click the image, click this projection node, and set the mesh UV to box. And that is going to evenly distribute the texture around our object. It's pretty big now. I'm also going to give it a transform, okay? So if you right click this and solo it, you can actually see what's going on here. It's a little big. So I'm going to use a transform to take it from 1. Let's go to 0.75. 0.5. 0.25. Cool. So let's disable the solo and see what we're looking at. And it's still really intense. It's very black and white, okay? So what I'm going to do is just throw a gradient on here. Boom. And the gradient is going to say you got black, you got white. But let's make the black... Well, first we have to figure out what black is controlling. Is black full chrome or is black, you know, the image here? So I think it's full chrome. If we take black and we set it to like, let's just set it to white. Yep, it's going to turn everything super rough, which we don't want. So this is obviously too chrome, so we'll just set it to like a dark gray. So that roughens it up a little bit. And then the white is obviously too intense. You know, this roughness is through the roof. I'm going to just bring this down to something subtle. Oh, thank you. Something like that. Very subtle. You're not really going to see this. It's just for a little bit of detail, okay? And then we have our actual keyhole material. So let's go. We have our chrome all good. We're going to auto arrange that. Let's go to our float, set it to 0. And now let's work on this keyhole texture. So I think it needs to be a little darker. And I think it needs to be a little bit shinier. So let's adjust the roughness. Let's try 0.2. Cool. So what we're going to do here is mix the chrome. Well, eventually we're going to mix the chrome and this keyhole material together so we can get this scratched look. If we zoom in here. All right, you can see what we're going for. There's some bump on this, so I'm actually going to use noise here in the bump slot. And I'm going to give it projection. I'll set that to box. And it's way too big, so I'm just going to transform that down. Good luck. We'll go 0.1. That's way too intense. But we'll go 0.05. 0.001. 0.01, maybe. 0.005. Yeah. That looks nice, but it's way too intense. It looks like dinosaur scales. So we need to flatten that out. There's a few different ways we can do that, okay? We can either throw a gradient in here and do what we did on the roughness image and bring those black and white points down to, you know, basically white and off-white. Or we can use a multiply node with a float input, which is my go-to thing. So I'll throw a multiply node in between there, so it's the most high up in the hierarchy, and then I'm going to grab a float and put it in a texture too. And if we set this to 0.1, you can see, hopefully, 0.001, it basically is gone. If we set it to 0.01, it comes back just a little bit, right? And that kind of gives us this look right here, which I think looks really nice. But I think we need to invert it. So I'll set the noise, I'll set invert so that you have these pieces going in instead of out. But it's so hard to tell at this point. What else do we need to do? So basically this looks green, this looks more on, for some reason this looks magenta to me. So let's adjust the actual color of this here. That's so green. Oh, and Ren is fine. He just had some kidney stones. That's all. He's good, I promise. I think it's like more of a blue. So hard to tell for a colorblind man. More of a blue. And the doorknob itself is more, it's a little bit brighter. And I feel like it's a bit more reflective. 1.3, let's try 1.5. Yeah, that feels nice. This needs to go to a blue. I think it's brighter. But it feels darker at the same time. Ah, so confusing. Is that a saturation thing? Cool. That feels a little closer. Sweet. Okay. Now let's mix this material up. This is the best part, guys. So let's go to the mix material, and we want to mix this instead of a 50-50 down the middle. We want to scratch the crap out of this thing. So, you know, I use Quixel Megascans or Quixel Bridge. That's basically, you know, if we go over here to imperfections and we choose, where's the scratch? Dust, fingerprints, grain, grunge, leakage, metal, rubber, stain, stone, wipe marks, and other. Grunge, maybe? Metal. Scratched. Yes, this is what we want. This is what we want. Look how beautiful this looks. Look at that. Let's grab this. Let's download it. And we will just want to make sure we have Octane as, as our renderer. And we're going to export this bad boy to C4D. Boom, we're in. So I'm just want to grab the image, this little hierarchy, come into our mix material, paste that. And instead of the float texture, we'll use this scratched image, okay? And we need to do a couple adjustments. So first, I'm gonna just zoom in here and make sure things are looking nice and good, okay? With the mix material selected, we'll hop on in. And the first thing I always do is give it a projection node here and set it to box. So it's being distributed properly. You can see those scratches are pretty large. So I'm going to take transform. We'll go down to 0.5. And it looks like we need to really crunch this image. You can see how it's a light gray and a white. We want that light gray to be black. So I'm going to, let's leave the color correction for now, but I'm going to put a gradient on this thing. And we're going to take the black value and crank it. Oh, you need to solo the gradient. Refresh the scene. You can see that's basically getting us what we want. Let's solo the gradient. And crank the white. Maybe we scale this down a little bit more. It's the other thing where it's not updating. That's looking pretty darn good. We can transform this image around to get the look we want. See, there's that nice scratch down the middle. That's really nice. I like that a lot. that's great. I think it's still a little blue, the keyhole. So I'm just going to adjust this hue. Sweet. Yeah, that's looking really nice. I'm going to open this up a little bit more. And scale it down further. And mess with the transform. Cool, something like that. Okay. Now we want to combine that with a dirt map. We basically want to scratch all the edges of this thing. So a real easy way to do that. Let's zoom back in here, see what's going on. Okay. And let's grab a dirt map here, and let's drop that dirt map. Make sure you save into the amount. All right. And we want to invert it. Let's take the strength to 10 and yeah, invert it back. Or wait, no. Wait. Yeah, we want to invert it. Radius 0.1. We basically just want the chrome to be on the outer edge here. Let's see. Tolerance, details. And we'll right click and solo it to see what's happening. So that's basically what we want. We want the edge to be black and the inside to be white, okay? But it's giving us the reverse effect where it's revealing the paint and the chrome. We want the chrome on the outside. So we're basically going to have to throw a gradient on here. And flip these colors. See that? Now, if we crunch that down, real nice, like you can really get those scratches on all those edges. That is exactly what we're going for. And if we grab a noise map and we throw the noise map into the amount, all right, we're going to hold on that dirt map for a sec. But we want to break up the scratches here. And we've done this effect before on the stream. I'm going to set it to XYZ to UVW. And I'm going to give it a transform. I'm going to set the contrast to 100 so we can see what we're doing. We're going to transform it down 0.1. Okay, and then we're basically going to use this to break up the dirt map, and we're going to do that with an add. So we're going to add the noise and the dirt map and pipe that into the amount. And it should be the opposite. We want the opposite. So I'm going to take the noise and invert it. Nope, that's not going to do it. Let's see. Is it a subtract? What if we subtract? No, what if we multiply? Believe that's it. So now if we take the noise, we set the contrast to 1. Yeah, there you go. You get the edges. So let's set the contrast to like 20. Let's try 5. And then let's, at the end of all this, throw in a gradient. Okay. And then we're just going to crunch this really hard. So we're getting that nice crunchy edge. And we'll set the noise contrast. We'll just try 1 again. Maybe 2. Cool. And then we'll set the dirt map, the radius, to 0.35 to get that crispy edge. Now, with that, we're going to combine it with the scratches, okay? So I believe that is the add, I think. So I'm going to add this little dirt node tree that we made. We can auto arrange that so it's cleaned up, right? So that's texture 1. And then our texture 2, we'll right click, auto arrange, okay? And we'll combine these together to give us the ultimate scratched up keyhole. Perfect. And for some reason the bull object pops in. But yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Something like this. And we can take the scratch image here and bring the scratches down and crunch them further to really get tiny and detailed. So that would be the scratches here, and I would believe that'd be under gradient. We would just want to scratch and really crunch those scratches down. Yeah. But that looks pretty sweet. That's feeling pretty nice. Cool. So that's that. Let's get the doorknob next. And then I want to talk to you guys about putting dust, how to scatter dust all around this thing. And then we will close it out with the cobweb and then just kind of even out the lighting for this whole thing. And once that's done, we'll wrap it up and we'll announce the winners of the weekly challenge. Yeah, I feel like I could crunch down those numbers even more. So to really, really match this image, you see like these scratches are very faint versus these ones here. And if I zoom in and we zoom in, all right, so we basically would just kind of tone this down a little bit. So the dirt map, the tolerance would be like 0.2. And I think at the end of the day, totally lost my train of thought. What the heck was I going to say? Oh, it's not as reflective. This edge is not as reflective. So I believe what we would do is come into the gradient and set the white to just an off-white, and that would just kind of bring it down a little bit. And the edges, the roughen edges, we can come up a little bit on the roughen edges. We'll set the radius to like 0.3, 0.4. And that feels pretty cool to me. Can maybe adjust the brightness of the diffuse here. Just come up a little bit, maybe a little bit more. yeah, and that's that. So let's move on to the actual doorknob here. Okay. So the doorknob, same deal. You know, we have a diffused material. We also have some scratches on it as well. So let's hop into the doorknob. And I have this this texture over top. I think I'm gonna lose this. Maybe I'll just go 0.5 on it. I'm just gonna maybe hop into just a section of this doorknob here so we can actually see. Ah, I'm all over the place. So right in here, let's try and get this look. So it's definitely a rough kind of metal. I think the roughness I can turn up. So let's start with that. Let's just try 0.5. Let's try 1. All right, 0.75. Okay, and then let's take the reflectivity of this thing. It's set to 1.5. Let's just try 2. I think that's too much. 1.5 we can stick with. How do I get rid of this dang little zoomy? Go away. What is this? I think I hit something on the pen here. It's messing it up. Go away. Does anyone have any idea how to get rid of this thing? Well, please help. Please help. I can't scroll. I'm not on a mouse. I'm on a pen tablet. Let me just try. Does my mouse work? Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, moving on. All right. Dang, yeah, that keyhole's looking real nice. We can do some bloom with it too. We can. We'll do that later. Let's focus. Okay. So you can see there's dust. We'll get the dust in a second. There's definitely this ridge right here. We'll need to figure that one out. But right now, let's get the scratches down. So we're going to want to use a mix material, and we're going to want to mix this scratched chrome that we made. So we'll pipe our doorknob into material 2, the chrome into material 1, and for now we'll just use the old float material in the amount, and we'll put that on the doorknob. And refresh our scene. Okay, way too chrome, obviously, because we have the amount, the chrome there. So we just want some light scratches on this thing. It's not too intense. So let's go to bridge real quick, and I think I have some imperfection, an imperfection that already works. Let's do metal scratched, and I believe it's one of these. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. So let's go download settings. Let's make it 8K. Nope, can't. I think it's because I already downloaded it as 4K, but I think we're good. We just want the mask. Let's download that. And export. And maybe we try exporting it one more time. Unless, oh no, it's on there. It's already on our mixed material. I'm confused. One more time. One more time. Let's bring it in. Export. Where is it? View, frame all. Not here. Okay, let's just do this the old-fashioned way. Let's go to files. It went here. Let's try that one last time. There we go. Okay. So we're going to use this. And by the way, how's everybody doing? We're keeping a consistent number. We got 243 people. I'm really proud of you guys for sticking in with it. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Thumbs up if everything is good to go and you guys are still enjoying the stream here. I know we've been going for a while. So I'm going to pipe this into the amount. And you can see the mapping is all off and weird. Okay. So all we need to do is, you guys guessed it, we're going to go projection. And we'll set that projection to box. And that should clean everything up and make it look normal. And then we're going to use a UV transform to scale this down. Let's go 0.5 for now. And right away, that's looking pretty nice. I'm going to transform it around. Let's solo it to see what's happening. Maybe we need to transform it down more. And I kind of lied, you know. I'm gonna come back to bridge. I'm going to grab the roughness and I'm going to re-download that because I want a little bit more variation here. and already we have a lot more variation. I'm going to solo this, and we're going to throw a gradient on this thing, and we'll solo our gradient, and I'm just going to real quick adjust the gamma of the original image. And then with the gradient selected, we're going to crunch this down. And would you look at that? There's just some really nice scratch textures across this thing, and it just looks great. I love it. That's beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. Very, very nice. I'm gonna scale up this a little bit, 0.05. Let's just go 0.1 and 0.1. Yep. Maybe somewhere in the middle. 0.075. And let's just kind of work the transform. That looks really nice to me. Sweet. So there's definitely some dust on this that I want to add in over the model. And maybe it's just speckled, like chips taken away from the paint. But that looks super nice. Okay, color-wise on this thing. Let's zoom out to see where things are looking. And I kind of wish I took this image without the color correction in my camera so I could better match it to just like a linear color space. So let's see if we can get this yellow little strip here. I think the best way to do this is with a dirt node. So let's just pipe the dirt node into the amount, and let's see here. We basically just want it on strength 10, radius. Let's try inverting it. Yep, that's what we want. We want it right on the edge there. Strength 10, radius 0.1. And then we can take that dirt node and we will crunch it with a gradient. It's so hard to see. Maybe details gotta go up. Okay. How do we get a black ring right around there? Maybe it's in the geometry. So I'm going to go to the doorknob and the cylinder. Let's zoom in here. I'm going to hop. I'm going to make sure check camera's unchecked, hop out of the camera, and basically just make this little bump right here like really, really pronounced. Let's turn off the subdivision surface, and this bump here, I'm going to hit UL to select that edge, and I'm going to bevel it, so MS, and there you can see this is like, you know, the black strip is there because we really pushed that geometry up, and for some reason we're getting that black edge in here as well. But let's see if we can't just oh wow, would you look at that? It did it. It did it exactly what we were going for. So we basically just used some subdivisions. We used a guys, I'm losing my mind. It's been 3 hours, okay? I can't talk anymore. I've been going for 3 hours straight. So we basically just beveled this edge to really add some geometry in here to have this subdivision surface take over and really crunch that down. And that is what the dirt node is reacting to. It's reacting to intense geometry. And that's exactly what we did, is we made that intense geometry there. So let's continue. Let's continue. All right, back to the node editor. We are in. All right, so this gradient, right? It's crunched. We want the black to be gold and the white to be transparent. So let's see. This was our original, okay? We want to work that black line into the scene, okay? So what we'll do here is we'll use a multiply node. Where you at? Where you at? Multiply. Boom. We got our dirt map as 1. We got that scratch texture as 2. And we're going to put that together. And the gradient, if we set the black to that yellow, does it come through? It does not. Okay. Evolve. Thank you for the motivational pair. And thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. This is a good one today, guys. Lots of super chats. Thank you. Thank you for the support. It means a lot. Thank you for helping me do what I love doing in my free time. It makes it extra worth it. You know, it'd be worth it anyway, but guys, because it ain't all about the money. But the super chats are nice. Really, I appreciate it. Thank you. It helps me get more muscle milk and more kombucha. And yes, Octane is free in Blender. So if you guys are in Blender, you can follow right along. So I'm still struggling to figure out how to get this dirt map integrated in the right way. Okay, let's see. Let's try switching their places. Switching places did not work. Let's try and add. And you know, I feel like I should know all the answers. And I should get it right every time I do this. But that's just not the case, guys. It's a live stream. We are messing around. This ain't no perfectly manicured tutorial. Though, if you guys want those, please let me know. Please let me know. Oh, I know. I think I know what we need to do. I think we need to go with our multiply, but we just need to switch these colors around. So the black is actually white, and the white is actually black. And then we use a multiply to combine those two. Whoa. What the heck? What is that? What on earth? What did I do? Guys, what is happening? Oh my God, what is happening? Oh, is it because of check camera? Was it check camera? What is happening? That was intense. That was intense, guys. I don't know what that was, but it was intense. Okay, yeah, that's doing what we want. And this is when I think we need to add. This is when we add. Or, you know, I might be doing this all wrong. I might have to just pipe this in. Okay, so that's revealing the chrome underneath, but we want this ring to be yellow. So I think what we need to do is pipe this dirt node into our diffuse on our doorknob texture. So this scratch layer will remain the same. Okay, we're just going to put the scratch layer into the amount, but we're going to take this dirt layer that we have here. We're going to bring this down to our paint layer, the doorknob, okay, and we're going to, let's see how we can do this. We want to, okay, we're going to take an RGB spectrum. We're going to take two of them, right? Bust two of them out. We want one to be that yellowish kind of gold orange flavor right there. We want the other one to be the exact color here. So I'm just gonna, oh, I wish I could, what's the best way to do this? Let's just reference the color down here. So, pardon me. I could just copy these numbers over. That's what I'll do. Because I'm close. I'm so close with this color. Okay. When's Cardboard Warfare 3 gonna drop? Dude, in time. In time, my guy. I definitely want to do it. Sci-fi Cardboard Warfare, I think would be sick. Let's take a mixed material. No, not a mixed material. It's just called mix. You know, they're similar sounding. We're gonna mix. Okay, we're mixing two things. We're mixing this color and this color, right? And how are we mixing them? We're mixing them by means of this dirt node. And we're going to pipe that into the diffuse, and we just need to invert things. All right. And you can do that by changing these colors. You can also just throw an invert boop, right in there. And yeah, it's looking good, but we're also getting some stuff back here. We're getting some stuff inside here. So let's tweak our color first. We definitely want more of I think a little darker, a little less saturated. And let's take the dirt node and take the detail to 1. So it's not as intense. Let's take the radius to 0.2. I lied. 0.1 is great. And then let's take the color. Let's brighten it a hair. Okay. I'll brighten it just a little bit so this orange will boom bring up just a little bit, and I'm going to desaturate it just a little bit. And also I'm noticing something here. We got some bounce light from the sidewalk, which we are not getting here. So I'm going to throw a quick sidewalk in there, and I'm also going to throw, I think, some like real nice like stained raindrops or something to just give the color of this thing a little bit more randomness. So first, let's just try and let's hop into camera view. Okay. Let's make sure we have check camera unchecked, and I'm just going to throw down a sidewalk. So this can just be a simple plane, okay? Probably down, if I make a person. Okay, this doorknob is huge. But I don't want to scale things down because we've done so much. So I'll scale this guy up. And I'm just using this guy as reference to like how big this doorknob would be. I don't know, probably something like that. I'd say the sidewalk would be about there. So we'll stretch that out. And we'll make it, just give it a little diffuse, and we'll just set the color to like an off, kind of grayish color there. And let's see. That's bouncing a lot of light. Almost too much, I think. So I'm going to take... Let's see. I'm just going to kind of shape this a little bit. So let's take this plane. I'm going to bring it right up here. And I'm going to scale it way down. And I just want a little underbounce, okay? That's way too much still. I'm going to give it a greenish cast, a slight greenish cast. And I'm going to pull it back. So it is getting us a little bit of bounce underneath here. And hey, real quick, while I'm doing this, if you guys could go out and find me a cobweb texture, I know that said NeoKeto was having problems with that. But if you guys could go out and just find me like a PNG, a real high quality cobweb texture, and upload it to the Discord server, I'll use that to drop in the cobwebs, which we're gonna get to shortly. Okay. What else? So I want to do a little bit of raindrops, and I want to do a little bit of dust, and adjust the randomness in the color here. So let's start with the color. That's pretty cool, huh? I feel like it's just a bit more like contrasty. So we can go into our scene here and just make sure check camera's on. I always love Kodachrome 25. And then you can kind of just dial that back a little bit. I believe. How would you dial that back? Would it be under custom LUT? Strength? No. Okay. Maybe we just set that to like 2.4 or something for now. All right, so let's try and get that like random color here in this thing. So let's hop in, and it's gonna be the diffuse. Okay. I'm gonna use noise to differentiate between the two colors. I'll pop that in there. Projection is always, with noise I go XYZ to UVW, and then we'll transform it. I'm also going to crank it to 100, the contrast, to see what we're doing and to see where this noise is on our image here. So I'm going to go 0.1, and we can go to the noise turbulence. Let's set the octaves to like 8 and the omega to 1. And that's actually a really nice scratch texture too. Ooh, that's really nice. Octaves, omega 0.7, gamma 0.5. I'm just messing with this. That feels nice to me. So I'm going to use that to differentiate between two colors. So the first color will be our original color. So I'm going to copy this over. We're going to do a mix material. Same deal we did with that yellow strip. So I'm going to mix between that, and then let's just say, for now, let's say black. Or no, let's just go a darker version of it. Maybe a little more saturated and a little bit more blue. Cool. And we'll use the noise to mix between that. We'll set that to our diffuse. So it's very, very, very subtle. So I'm just going to crank this as up or something. And adjust the gamma. Oh, the cats are fighting. We meant to break those guys up. Something like that. And I'll take the contrast on the noise to like 20 I'll just try 10. I'll go more green with this. And contrast, we'll try 2. And instead of so green, we'll come back and we'll make it darker. Can you guys hear those cats? They're just like scrapping right now. Okay, so we want to combine, let's see, maybe more blue, a little darker. So these images, these colors are very similar right now. Wow, I don't think I could have got it any closer. So subtle. Dude, Will, oh my God. Hey dude, how you doing? My goodness. Holy crap. The freaking guy. This is the CEO, the head honcho of Playfight. I think that might be in the past now. So I've heard, but my goodness, dude, it is so good to see. Well, obviously I can't see you, but welcome. I'm just texturing, dude. Texturing away. And yes, you found a PNG of cobwebs. We're gonna throw those on in a second. But yeah, I'm just trying to get this little bit of variation here in the doorknob. It's so subtle between these two colors. Oh my goodness. Maybe just more saturated and a little darker. And my image is certainly looking a bit more green, so I want to walk it back to the kind of blue color spectrum. So with the Octane camera tag selected, white point, we'll get that, and we want to move it in the opposite direction we want to go. So if we want to make it a bit more blue, we want to go towards the yellow spectrum, and it's gonna kind of bring it back a little bit. In our background, our wall could be a little darker, but I think I'm just going to throw a vignette on things to do that. Something like that. And then we want that yellow ring back. So what's the best way to do this? You basically want to mix this. Okay, so instead of this color, we're going to delete that, and we're going to pipe in this whole mix texture into texture 2, and then that into diffuse, and then we'll get our yellow ring back. And I think it's looking a little blue. This is so difficult. I can just keep going back and forth, back and forth. I'm gonna split the difference on that. And the colors themselves, I feel like this can be a bit, let's see, maybe it's the noise. We can go gamma 0.3 or something, and maybe just bring up the overall brightness of it. So I'm going to put a color correction node right at the end of that mix texture. We're going to clean that up. We're going to select the hierarchy to see what we're doing. It's all of this going in to the color correction at the end. And the color correction we can use to just brighten things up. We'll go 1.1. Sweet. Very, very cool. The ring is more orange-red. So let's go back to this RGB spectrum right there and just kind of move this over. Very nice. Let's mess with, oh my, that looks pretty cool. Let's real quick uncheck camera, zoom in here, mess with some geometry. You see this lip? It's not as pronounced. I definitely want that to be as pronounced as possible. So I'm gonna hit KL and just make a cut there, and that's really gonna pop that piece out. Same for out here. I want, boom, that edge over on this side to really kind of lip up. So we'll grab that, we'll scale it a little bit and push it back a little bit. And as for this little slice we made here, I'm just gonna scale it down a little bit so it's not as intense. And that feels a little bit better to me. And Paige was asking, when you set the camera on C4D, you're using the same millimeters of the lens yeah, exactly. I shot it at a 70 millimeter. So I'm, you know, I set my camera, my Octane camera to 70 millimeters. All right. What is next? Let's scatter. We can scatter some dust. We can get some raindrop. Let's do the raindrop real quick, and then we'll scatter some dust. So we will go to Quixel Bridge. Let's go to Stain, I believe. Imperfections, leakage. Yeah, that's close. That's close. Stain. What's an other? This is perfect. Why isn't this just in this? It's called Stain. Why is it in other? This makes no sense. Okay. Yeah, let's get this. Let's download this. Okay. Export. C4D. Oh, geez. No. Nope. Okay. We want another mixed texture over top our diffuse. Okay. So what we're going to do is hop into our mixed material. Okay. And things can get out of hand quickly, okay? So let's just make sure we're being organized. I always love right-clicking, auto-arrange selected. It's the best. We only want to mess with the diffuse channel because what we're going to do is basically add like some white residual water with that stain map that we just downloaded. So it's going to be the same thing as when we were mixing the two colors for the diffuse on the doorknob. Same thing as mixing the yellow ring around the doorknob and the actual diffuse color. It's going to be the same deal. We're just going to do it with white, and instead of a dirt map or whatever, we're going to use that stain material. So this is going to be very simple. We'll save color correction for the end. Okay, we want to put a mix material in between here. All right, and we're going to be mixing. We're going to be mixing between this entire mix material, which is our diffuse, and it's not going to be the amount, it's going to be texture 1. Okay. And the second thing we're going to be mixing between is an RGB spectrum. Okay, so let's grab one of those. Texture 2. We'll leave it as white for now. I think we can probably just leave it that way. And simply enough, like, we're just going to save this. We're going to go into this little stain material. We're going to grab this guy here, copy it over, hop into our mix material. We're going to paste it. Let's try again. We're going to paste it. Okay. And let's give it that projection that we all know and love. Whoa. Set it to box. That way things are going to be wrapped nicely. Let's pop that into the amount. And you can see it's doing a thing, but it's just too intense right now. So let's right click and solo it to see what we're looking at. It's way too big. Transform comes down. 0.5, 0.1. Let's try that for now. Okay, let's try that. So let's see. Let's take transform and just kind of move this texture around a little bit. Sure, that's fine. Let's rotate it. So these drips are dripping down. So we'll go -90. I think that's down. It's kind of hard to tell. And then we're just gonna let's go and adjust the gamma. Sure, that's nice. Let's do a gradient right after that, because we're gonna crunch this image down. If we unsolo, we can see what's going on. I'm gonna hop back into camera view. And it looks like here, there's kind of like a nasty, like corroded kind of look here, but it's just way too intense. So what we'll do is take that gradient and the white we'll just set to like a dark gray. And if we just render a region here, that's probably too much. Come back up on the white. And we can crunch it. And it's a bit difficult to see with the little scratch texture, so maybe what we do is get rid of the little scratches for now, and we put a float node into a mount, and we set it to 0. Then we can actually see what's going on, and it looks like we have some grungy kind of water streaks, but I think it's too crunched. Let's scale it up. And let's flip it 90 degrees. It's hard to tell what is up or down. And then let's just take this gray and just come down with it a little bit more. And I think that's giving us a lot of actually really nice detail and variation in our texture here. So now we'll put the scratches back on instead of the float. And you can go a little more subtle on the dirt. That feels pretty cool to me. What's up, Gilbert? Gilbert, how are you doing, bud? How are you doing, bud? Do you have anything to say? Gilbert is chilling right now. He's having a good time. Zeriloon Kim, welcome. I'm glad you've joined us. You've joined everybody. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's take that keyhole. I know, you guys. I know. It's a little brighter. Let's just brighten it up a little bit. Whoa. And desaturate. But we can always color correct we can color correct things. So I'm noticing the white roll off here. This is certainly a lot brighter. And my highlight compression is cranked already. So that might just have to be something we mess with later. Jason, thank you. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Much appreciated. I'm glad you're enjoying things. All right. Is it cobweb time? Or do we want to lay a little bit of dust on here? I'm just going to... Oh, there's that beautiful render once again. I don't know how that's happening, guys. It just is. It kind of looks like a Rasta beanie a little. But it's happening, all right? Let's get that dust real quick. Here's a little cool little dust trick for y'all. We can use X particles, but let's stick with Octane for now, okay? Let's uncheck the camera. Come in here. Save your scene. Let's make an Octane scatter. All right, and we're going to scatter things. We're going to scatter a couple thingies across this doorknob. All right, so the doorknob will be, let's see. Let's say surface, and it's looking for a surface. We're going to point it to the doorknob. It's a lot of little test balls, okay? Let's set the count to 100 for now. Those test balls, obviously not what we want, so let's uncheck that for a second. For dust, I'm gonna just try something crazy. Okay, I'm gonna make a new scene. I'm going to come into top view. I'm going to grab the pen tool. I'm gonna zoom in here, and I'm just gonna make some little like dust thingies. I don't know. Just making a couple little dusty thingies. All right, we're gonna take all of those right there. Where are they? Where are you? It's saying, oh wow, they're so tiny. They're just so tiny. We're gonna take that. We're going to hold Alt, and we're gonna do a little bit of, let's try an extrude. Certainly what we want, but it's just way too intense. And in the wrong direction. Also in the wrong direction. That's correct. Okay, let's set it to 0.01 centimeters. Let's grab that. Let's just scale it up for a second so we can like see what the heck's going on. These are little dust pieces. 0.01. Let's flatten this mug down to something like that. And then let's make this editable. I'm going to grab that and just connect objects plus delete, so it's one full object. Now what I'm gonna do here, go back into top view and just break these off into individual pieces. So we'll do that quickly by grabbing the live selection tool, setting it to like 50 so we can just do some quick sweeps. Grab that, hit UP. That is the shortcut for break up. You know, breaking up these pieces, the shortcut's UP, right? So you can delete that. You have all of these pieces, individual pieces, except for this one, which we can break up. Okay. And we lost the other piece. Sometimes this gets confusing. That's that. Boom, 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 boom. That's the same thing. This needs to go break up. Okay, now we have everything. If you select everything, hit this little center axis 2 button. That's going to center the axis of all these things to the center of all these. If you don't have that, you can hit Shift C and type center axis 2, and you can drag that up into there. So you can use it every single day. And let's set all these to 0, PSR to 0. That tool is the reset PSR. I'm going to hit copy, and let's go back into our other scene. Boom. And I'm going to paste them, and we're going to do, let's see, transfer right there. Select the doorknob. So we have these tiny little dust particles, okay? Now these dust particles, we're going to drop into our Octane scatter. We're going to hide the original ones. We'll just throw them off screen somewhere. And we'll turn that on. And you see it is working, not working. Should be working. Should be on the surface of the doorknob. Maybe instead of the doorknob, it should just be the cylinder. Surface of the cylinder. I think that works. I think. So they're too big. Let's hop back into camera view. This is what I'm going for. Let me show you real quick what I'm going for. So Cornelius Domrick is one of the best CG artists in the whole world. Okay, and if we look right here, look at this image of these pencils. So beautiful. And look at the dust. Look at this dust. It's so subtle and so tiny. But it's there and it catches the light, right? You see these little tiny pieces of dust. It catches the light like really nicely. Ah, just beautiful. Yeah, the dust on the eraser. So that's kind of what we're going for here. We can crank up the amount from, instead of 100, we can do 1,000. And they're way too big, so we'll scale them way the heck down. We'll go 1/10 of the size. And we'll set it to 2,000, and we'll give them a material. And you can kind of see a little dust layer on top, I think. Let's hop in, see what we can see. They also need to be randomly rotated, so I'm going to select the Octane scatter and grab a random effector, drop that into the effectors, and instead of position, we want rotation, so we'll just go 360 across the board. Whoa, it's giving us a weird effect here. So I wonder if they have to like catch the light in a certain way with some side light or something that we're not getting in our scene. But That could be a fun way to add some dust to the top layer of your dealie here. Let's grab the that light, turn that light back on. It might be a little intense. Okay, so let's add the spider web, guys. I think it's time. So I think one of you guys said you dropped it in the Discord chat, so let's find out. All right, Spastic Mouse got us one. It's 800 by 800. We might need a larger size. Ha! Freaking high quality cobweb, dude. That's from Minecraft, son. Spastic Mouse, what you got? All right. Also pretty low quality. Dang, maybe I should make some spiderweb PNGs, like a spiderweb pack or something. All right. Let's go to Google and see what we can see. This is the best one so far, right here. But let's try spiderweb PNG or spiderweb on black. And we'll do an advanced search for larger than 2 megapixels. It's kind of broken up a little bit. Yeah, actually I think it'd be really cool to make some spiderweb PNGs. This is like drips and drops of water. Maybe this will work. I don't know. Let's try though. I'm going to save the image. And let's get a backup one just in case. At least that image is large. This one could actually be a really good one. Download. Free download. Spiderweb wallpaper desktop. Let's... Can we not open this dang image? This would be perfect. Free download. All right, I'm going to click the download link. This is sketchy. Download original wallpaper. All right, this one is actually pretty nice. A little crunchy, but let's try it, guys. Let's try it. We got two. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is a little bit of something. Let's try a thing, okay? Check camera. You guessed it. Let's hop out of our actual camera. Let's grab a plain scale it down. Rotate 90 and bring it up here. I'm going to scale it down even more so we can kind of see what's going on. Okay, I'm going to make a new material. Let's just make it a glossy material while we're at it, because spiderwebs be glossy. Let's throw that on there. Let's hop in to this material, and let's just take that image that we just downloaded from the Google, and let's drag it on in here. And I'm also going to grab this other one in case this first one doesn't work. Save. Let's pipe it into the opacity. Would you look at that? That looks pretty freaking sweet. Let's grab a projection node and set it to box. Nope, I'm not going to do that, actually. I'm going to leave it as is, y'all. And then I'm going to UV transform. No, I'm not going to do that. Let's grab a gradient. And just crunch the black. Bring the white up. I'll just crunch the black a little bit. So with this, we should be able to just quickly do a cloth sim. It looks like it's going back towards the door handle. So what we'll do is kind of make a backup here. I'm just going to duplicate it and hide it. I'll rotate this, scale it down, move it back here, kind of roughly get it in place. Let's move this up like that. We can scale it up, and let's just, for the sake of catching the light, let's make it a chrome spider web. So I'm going to set the index to 1. It's super subtle. But it's in there. I'm just going to rotate it. And you can do a whole cloth sim on this to like probably get this thing to sag a little bit, but you could also push and pull points. So I'm going to do just that. I'll select this point in the middle, and I'm going to use the soft selection tool again, and I'm going to make the radius like 20 and just pull it down a little bit. And instead of chrome, let's just take the roughness and go 0.5. And then we can set the opacity. I like that. I think that's pretty nice. We can like blur this out later as well and work on our focal point. But let's take the opacity for gradient. Instead of white, let's go half white. So like right gray in the middle to kind of just tone it down. It's a little intense. And maybe just split the difference. So you're saying it might be a little complex for the size. Okay. So let's grab the center axis and go plus X. And we'll scale it. And we can pinch the top part. Down to something like that. And then we'll take our f-stop and we'll go to like 4. Make sure check camera's on. And make sure your focus is right there on the keyhole. And the index, maybe we'll take up a little bit so it's not as reflective. And the opacity, we can bring down a little bit. What if we set the f-stop to like 2? And then we come down to depth of field and yeah, this is already set. So basically I have my aperture aspect ratio set to 2 and the aperture edge set to 3. And that's going to give you these like little spheres here. And I wonder if we can take this plane and we make sure we save here. Take the plane, we can bring it up so that it's actually like connected to the doorknob. The reference image looks fake now. Oh, dude. Okay. So I think we can go to town on this cobweb all day long, but we don't have all day long. But maybe we have a little bit more time. Kind of liked it how it was before. Okay. What else? It kind of looks like we have like a little yellowish greenish bounce light down here, so I'm going to add that in real quick. A nice little tip: if you make an Octane light, we can scale it down, and if you go to display, or if you go to camera, set active object as camera, you are the light now. So I'm gonna come down right in here. And if you go back to your Octane camera, obviously that is way too bright. So let's just set that to like 2. Maybe even 0.1. And let's just set the temperature. Well, actually, let's go texture. And let's do a plugin C4D Octane, and we'll go RGB spectrum. And we want this to be, we'll sample that color there. Definitely not what we want. Let's do like a greenish, yellowish color, like something like that. And then we'll set the power to 1. Way too intense. We'll try 0.2. And it looks like we're getting a lot more bounces. There's a lot more light filling in these cracks here. So I'm going to go and mess with my Octane settings. And diffuse depth I'll take to 32. So we'll get a couple more bounces in there. And we can also adjust that when we get into Photoshop to tweak it for any little extra tweaks. What else? Let's overall just brighten the image. With camera imager, I'll go 1.2 on the exposure. Make sure you're in check camera. And maybe even gamma 2.6. And then let's work in this little crack here off to the side. So it kind of has like a little something on the edge of frame here. So we'll grab the plane. I'm going to make it editable. Oh, wrong plane. Hit C, come in here, and I'm just going to grab, like, I'll hit KL. I'll make a cut there. And maybe a cut there. And I'm just going to grab this little strip here and hit MT and extrude that back. and then I'll hit UY to expand my selection. I don't need soft selection. I'm just going to move this over. I'm going to hit UY again, move this over until it's kind of, you know, right in there. And then I'll hit, let's see, this little inside bit, and we'll just kind of crunch. Let's try that again. I'll scoot that over. And the inside of that can be kind of like a darker gray. So we'll grab, let's just make a new solid and hit UL, grab that inside strip, drop it on there. And the color, we'll just sample the actual image. We'll go the darkest point. Way too dark. So we'll bring that up. Something like that. Cool. And we'll adjust our f-stop so that the image is even blurrier. And again, nothing's happening because we need a check camera. Penelope, I wanted a bagel as well, but there was some mold on mine, so I couldn't have it this morning. It was sad. And guys, I think that just about does it. I'm going to render this out, max samples, and maybe even do a cool like little animation with the camera to feel like we're actually there on the doorknob. And I'll post it up on the Discord server. You guys will see it. I might post this to my Instagram as well. I'm gonna do a little color correction in Photoshop. You guys can see the final image on the Discord server. The link is in the description below. But, you know, without further ado, guys, let's get to these contest winners. We had a weekly contest. The prompt was a robot, okay? And there were some incredible images of robots here. Let's take a look and see what everyone did, because I think there's some incredible stuff here. All right, first off, we're starting here. We got this robot. You know, I'm briefly just going to skim through all this. Lots of cool designs here. Great work by everybody. You guys really went to town on this. I hope you had fun, and I hope you learned a lot. Like, this one is just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Spastic Mouse, a previous contest winner. Look at all these great robots. It's like a miniature Iron Giant, you know? This one's so cool. Love that one. Great work by everybody. I just want to feature everybody real quick before we get into the 5 winners. It was difficult to choose who won this week. Because, man, there were some good ones. Really, really good ones. Mr. Warak sweating to get that deadline. Okay. So, obviously a lot of good stuff. Obviously a lot of good stuff. So, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to hear the winners? Did you win this week's challenge? Let's find out. Let me pull it up. Let's see. Where would you be? Tutorials, weekly challenge, robot winners. Okay. So do you guys know how... Actually, you know what? We're just going to do it like this, okay? We're going to do it like this. So it was difficult. It was difficult. I must say it was difficult. But let's begin, okay? So the first winner of the robot challenge, and this is again in no particular order, we got Halox with this beautiful image. Look at this. So cool. This is their own design, modeled and textured beautifully. I love the image. Like, there's just a lot going on. It's lit well, it's rendered well, it's textured and modeled well. Everything is so well done. So Halox, if you're on the stream right now, congrats. Everyone say congrats to Halox, because this is just freaking awesome. Great work. Great work. Even got the dirt in the cracks. Yeah, great work. And I'll be posting and featuring all of the winners in the Discord server as well, and issuing the role of contest winner. Next up, we got Ice Cream Paint Job with this beautiful image here. This looks real. This is so well done. It definitely reminds me of an Iron Giant mixed with Clank from Ratchet and Clank. The texture detail is insane. Like, look at this. Look at that. How did you do this? This crack is, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, what program did you use? How'd you do it? Because this is an amazing job. Ice Cream Paint Job. Congratulations. Hats off to you. Up next, we have the infamous Floof. Look at this. Look at this. This is so cool. Once again, great work with the design. Definitely got some Fallout vibes on this one. Maybe Fallout New Vegas. But the lighting is so well done. The concept of design is well done. Look at this cigarette. This is super cool. The rendering is really nice. The composition is great. I love the background, the smoke. This is fantastic. Great work. Infamous Floof, congratulations for winning this week's weekly challenge. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Next, second to last here, we got Prabanshu. Love this. This is my favorite design out of everything. This is so cool. I love how unique this is. Look at, like, this is so good. This is just so good. There's like grain over top of this. The graffiti here, the surface imperfections. I love the colors. These wires, so cool. I'd love a tutorial on this. You should post one, because this is amazing. So good. I love the color. The colors are so nice. The lighting is so nice. I would love to see this animated. This is awesome. Prabanshu, congratulations once again for winning this week's weekly contest. And last but not least, everybody, it was really tough between like these last four. I had four images to choose from. I will say, runners up here, Spastic Mouse with this image, absolutely beautiful. I love the color, love the design. Rokeno, you were really close. This is so cool. I really love everything going on here. So much work put into this. Patrick, I really dug this a lot. This made me feel like really good and peaceful and relaxed. I loved it. Though the final winner, guys, of this week's weekly challenge is Visual. Look at how cool this thing is. This is definitely got some Death Stranding vibes going on here, but look at the detail on this. The cloth, the surface imperfections, like the design on this is great. The legs here are super cool. This floaty chain going on. And then you have this like almost like street lamp, electronic street lamp staff. Oh, so cool. So cool. Great work. Visual, congratulations once again for winning the weekly render challenge. Guys, let's give a round of applause. Let's give a round of applause to our 5 winners. We got Halox, Ice Cream Paint Job, Infamous Floof, Prabanshu, and Visual. This is awesome. You guys having fun with these weekly challenges? So this week's weekly challenge, I'm just going to kind of go off of what we were doing this week, just like what we did with last week. I urge you guys for this week's weekly challenge to take a picture of something, just like I did with this doorknob, and make a render that perfectly matches the picture you took, okay? I want like excruciating attention to detail. I want it lined up just right. I want the colors matched. I want it to look so close. And along with it, I want you to include your wireframe. The closest picture, the closest render that matches their picture is the winner. And we got 5 winners to choose from for next week. So yeah, that's basically it. Don't go too hard on yourself. You can do something pretty simple. You have to model everything from scratch. You have to texture everything from scratch, okay? So you can't download models. You can't be using Quixel Bridge and downloading the 3D assets. You need, surface imperfections, obviously. It's fine. But you guys need to basically do it from scratch, just like I did it here. Make sense? Make sense? Sweet. I'll be chilling for the next 3 minutes. If you guys have any questions about the weekly challenge where you take a picture and recreate it in 3D and try and get them to perfectly match. If you have any questions on that, I'll be here for the next 3 minutes. If you have any other questions, I will be here for the next 3 minutes. Oh, my jaw hurts from talking for 4 hours. And I try and get these things down to like 2 hours. I remember when they were 2 hours. But yeah, it's hard to get it down to 2 or 3 hours. Next week though, we're doing another VFX render challenge. Okay. So I'm going to get those assets uploaded to the Discord server ASAP so that we have a chance to get familiar with them. And yeah, we're just doing another render challenge next week. We'll take an hour and a half or 2 and make an awesome image together. Race the clock together. Those are always my favorites. So that's next week, guys. Visual. Okay, it's pronounced visual. Nice. Patrick, awesome, man. Building a new computer. That's exciting. Michael asks, using your own material presets you once built is okay for the challenge? Yeah, if you built the material, you can use it. How have I increased my work ethic through life? Man, I don't know. Okay, work ethic. I always take on projects that I'm inspired by. I try to stay away from things I don't enjoy doing when it comes to creative work. It's difficult to do stuff if you don't enjoy doing it. And in that case, I found that like having a standing desk helps. Obviously, I'm working from home right now, so it's difficult because I don't have a standing desk. But the standing desk keeps me up, keeps me going. I love working out. Working out helps me stay focused a lot. I love listening to music while I work. That helps me a lot. But I found recently I have a little bit of ADHD. And ADHD makes it a little difficult to focus on one task for a long time. So I'm definitely challenged with that, especially when writing scripts. Because writing scripts is really hard work. And it takes a lot of time. In that case, usually I just tell myself, hey, give it an hour. Write for an hour straight, no matter what. Like lock in, take away distractions, and write. And, that's how I have kind of honed in the work ethic. You do that for long enough. And yeah, eventually you'll start to kind of work that muscle, just like working out, you know, doing push-ups or whatever. You'll get stronger. Any other questions, guys? Do I have any favorite artists? Yes. Ashthorpe is one of my favorites. His style is through the roof. Let me just go to his page real quick. I don't know him personally, but by following him on Instagram, I know he's a very passionate and dedicated artist. His website is just unbelievable. His work is unbelievable. He uses Cinema4D. I believe he uses Octane. But yeah, this guy's amazing. He's so talented. Ashthorpe is one of my all-time favorites. Who else? Any favorite artists? David Ariev is also one of my favorites. I've learned a lot from him. A whole lot. He's a good friend. And he's very, very talented. I basically learned Octane from this guy. Beeple is incredible. Certainly. Can't forget Beeple. Stu Zor is another really good artist. I like him a lot. Who else? Oh, Ian Hubert. Like 10 out of 10, Ian Hubert. What a guy. He has the most incredible work. This is all in Blender. It's amazing. All one shot too. His style is crazy. And yeah, Andrew Kramer, of course. I learned everything from him too. But guys, I think it's about time I need to head out here and get my voice back and stop talking for a second here. So I'm losing my brain. The contest rules will be up in the contest channel on Discord, guys, the weekly challenge channel. So look for it there. The winners will also be up in challenge winners. Yeah, I think that's everything. Look forward to a render challenge next week. And I'll see you guys then. Have a good one. Peace.